Unfortunately, I can't see her picture, but I think the area that you're describing is in this vicinity here. However, I don't see the movement that I was hearing in IFB here. So we are looking for any type of movement. Quite frankly, from our vantage point, most of this appears pretty static. You see people pretty much just lined up along the barricade as if they were waiting for a parade to come by. It is, you know, for the most part, a pretty tame scene right now, and just not a lot of movement. It's like everybody's just kind of almost standing still, waiting for the show to start. That's what it looks like, and that's the feel that you get just from watching this and from watching some of the live streams in the middle of this encampment. And the only thing that you have to notice here is that the large groups are still divided, and that is a goal of law enforcement, is to keep them divided and prevent them from joining forces and getting near that encampment. Because when law enforcement does arrive to do whatever they're going to do, they don't want interference from outsiders who are not in this encampment. They want to keep everybody separate, and that's basically what these skirmish lines that you see around this encampment are all about. Unfortunately, I just don't see where Leanne was set up, Mark, but we're going to keep looking for her. More food. There's, yeah. Yep. Yep. That's right. This is basically state property, and so this is their jurisdiction, and they are leading this operation. We understand that the Sheriff's Department will be here for crowd control, which we could see there is a very large crowd, totally separate and independent of the actual encampment itself. And then LAPD will be providing a supporting role to hold the perimeter and prevent more outsiders from entering the area. To answer your question about the skirmish line in the middle of the quad, I do not know. We've been trying to figure it out ourselves, and unfortunately, as you mentioned rightly, the LAPD uniforms and the campus police uniforms are similar, or can be similar depending on the uniform. And so we're not exactly sure which agency those officers in that skirmish line are from. But what I could tell you is that LAPD is actively monitoring the situation. They have a helicopter, an airship circling this quad. They have been helping out with the recon here all evening long as various officers get into position. But right now, they are taking pretty much a back seat and letting CHP call the shots. Mark? Yeah, and to pick up on a couple things there, there's a lot of common space in this quad where we had nobody last night. Now we see nooks and crannies where folks have gathered in the corners and on the edges of the quad and closer to the. You can see barricades keeping them at bay. Those have been placed there earlier today. But then closer to the quad, there is a lot more plywood, as you were mentioning earlier, in places where there was no plywood last night. In fact, walls of plywood where there weren't any even earlier today. They've really expanded on the perimeter of their occupied zone. And this occupied zone, that's the area there. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just referencing all of this. Yeah, I was just referencing all of this plywood, this wall, this makeshift wall that you were referencing earlier is indeed all new. They have been building that all day long, and now basically control more space than at any point during this encampment's existence. And so there has been really no authority in that zone, in that encampment zone. All of the officers that you see are on the outside of those plywood walls. Further to the right, I think. There in that area. Yeah, it's a relative term, but it definitely is more calm. I will say that. It was a little bit disconcerting earlier today to see the amount of equipment that was being brought in here, literally in preparation for a conference. Literally, there was a sign. Each tent in the middle of the encampment is labeled with different supplies. You have a PPE tent, you have a helmet tent, you have an umbrella tent, you have gas masks, and then there's a whole tent that said protection kits for tonight. There was a whole sign of protection kits that people could come over and pick up to defend themselves tonight, and even shields that could be used in the case of confronting law enforcement. So it may appear peaceful. It's a relative term, but when you see the actions that they've been taking all day, the preparations they've been making, the purchases that have been brought in here, and the taunting that has been going on social media. Certainly words are not necessarily equal to violence, but it has just been a very, very, very tense day here, unlike the more festive, almost party-like atmosphere in previous days, Mark. Haven't, haven't anything like that. However, it's really worth recalling last night, the weapons that we did see were all pretty much shift at their disposal, and these folks have brought in lots of things that could certainly be turned into weapons. Not to presume, but we haven't seen any actual weapons, if you will, overt weapons that we have been able to witness. Not something that we have actually witnessed. Not that the weapons would necessarily be in plain view. If they did have weapons, you would assume that those are concealed. But no, we have not seen anything that I would describe as an outright weapon. Over, tilt up. Let's go to the other side, to those live trucks. Yeah, let's go over there. That's where she is. They're taunting the media, the live trucks. Dixon, I should say. I don't know. Just keep looking. She's somewhere in there. It was like a couple minutes ago, but they may already be gone. Okay. Okay. I might do that. Good shot. No, I think you nailed it. It's pretty much remnants from last night, from yesterday's counter-protest. They were using that screen and loudspeakers to basically taunt the other side. And this was the centerpiece for last night's activities, at least where they started. But as you remember, they quickly moved up to the very edge of the encampment, which is where a lot of those confrontations took place, near those trees and right up against that walkway there, where they started tossing fireworks into the crowd and started to take down the plywood and all of those umbrellas that you remember poking through there. Now you can see there's really no room. They just have a solid wall. I don't know how strong it is, but they've been hammering away all day long. We have had reporters down there on the ground witnessing and hearing all of the, almost like a construction site feel earlier today, building this wall and reinforcing this encampment. Now, beyond the walls of this encampment, if we tilt down a little bit, Rob, there are doorways that lead into these halls. The library, I believe, as well as Royce Hall, where we have seen large groups of officers come out of both sides of the quad. Right there where somebody is walking out right now, there have been large groups walking out almost as if in a drill-like fashion, march in formation, and then they have moved back inside the buildings. At some points, when they see protesters, and I'm talking outside of the encampment, when they see protesters or supporters of the encampment get a little too close for comfort or get into areas where they don't want them, or they get too close to other large groups, they try and keep those groups separate, as we've been talking about. You'll see a whole group of officers come out of their buildings with helmets on and basically, almost in a warning-like fashion, approach the group. And you see them marching in formation, and typically what we've seen is those smaller groups of supporters basically run and scatter, and they kind of disperse. And I think that's basically the intent of bringing some of these arrest teams out, or some of these groups of officers out, almost as strictly as a show of force, just to move people along, keep people moving, and kind of catch people off guard. That's what we've been seeing all night long. There's been a lot of false starts and a lot of false reports out there on social media about, this is it, it's getting started. They're getting ready to go in. There's officers coming out. There's people running. Well, it's all been kind of a distraction because, for the main event, if you will, we anticipate, if it happens tonight, we anticipate that it is going to require a much larger contingent of officers, and they won't be campus police or LAPD officers. We are expecting at some point a virtual army of California highway patrolmen to take over this area. And so that's what we're on the lookout for. My gut is that that group that we are talking about, possibly in the hundreds, are not even in the vicinity quite yet. They're probably on the peripheral, but not directly near campus. What I can show you, though, Mark, and it's so interesting, if we pan the camera all the way over down the 405 towards Wilshire Boulevard, there is a staging area where a lot of these officers have come from, and some of the officers who will participate in this operation have established, again, a staging area where there are hundreds of sheriff's vehicles, deputies. You have CHP vehicles. You do have LAPD over there. You have models of Bearcats, armored Bearcats that I hadn't even seen before. It is an impressive show of force and a lot of equipment that they have brought to bear here. If they are put in a position where they need to use it, they have everything here at their disposal. Large command post vehicles. There has to be at least a dozen sheriff's buses where arrestees will ultimately be placed in, and there will be a booking area set up in one of these parking lots where they will start processing people one by one as they make arrests, which is fully anticipated at this point that there will be arrests. So they are equipped for all of that. I know it's a little bit of a long shot. Our pilot, Johnny, doing an excellent job of bringing us over these buildings, and you'll get a better glimpse, a better sense of the scale here for just this one parking lot. Again, just this one. This is just a small fraction, Mark, a small fraction of the law enforcement that is in place tonight. That's right. We have not. As far as we know, we have not. In fact, I don't think there's been any physical confrontation that we've reported today. It's all been, relatively hands-off. There have not been any arrests that we have seen. But ever since we parted ways last night, the amount of law enforcement in this area has increased by the hour, and we have seen it. It was happening all morning long, through the wee hours of the morning into this afternoon, and we have seen this contingent grow in a scale that the closest thing I could even think of would be the George Floyd protests just about, exactly 4 years ago. That's the kind of effort you see being put in here to counter whatever they are faced with tonight.
no, oh, you become it. Yeah. Right.
Same thing with you.
Yeah.
She's naturalized like right away.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, man. So what's up with you, bro? You looking or what?
Hey, I am actually. Yeah. But yeah, nothing picked up traction. Yeah, nothing. You know, it's not easy.
It's not easy.
It's not easy.
I know that. Trust me.
Yeah. It's just. It's actually. Yeah. It's just it's fun. You know. Just run into it.
So like, what are you looking for?
Just that's a good pursuit.
A lot of people.
I don't want the. I want to balance it both. I want to. It's not like I want to. But nowadays, but finding that is quite tough.
It is, but it's not.
Right.
I just felt the same exact thing.
Right.
So I'm telling you that it's not impossible.
Did you run face to face or did you?
No. So okay, so you guys are. Actually, no. Okay, so in 2020, right? COVID happened. Everybody's at home. So there's this app that comes from Clubhouse, right? It was one of those where somebody has to invite you, and then you can join the app type thing, right?
Right.
Anyways, long story short, there was this girl that I used to talk to from another app, like Bill or something like that.
Right.
I forgot what it was. Like one of the.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Minder? Yeah. So I used to talk to this girl from Minder. Long story short, we just became friends. She lived out here. What happened? So.
on the living conditions as well as the defense mechanisms that they have used to basically, fend off law enforcement tonight. The signs literally said protection for tonight. They have all the PPE they could need. They've got all the supplies that they needed to reinforce these walls. And all day long, I've got clips. I mean, it's just incredible. I've been posting them online of supplies flowing in here in a conveyor belt style fashion, where they are just taking piles of wood and building this wall all day long. It's been a day-long effort to nail these pallets and plywood boards together right along the barricade where that confrontation took place last night. And now you can see it's basically all sealed off right there. That's the east side of the wall. But only this time they've added a whole nother side to the wall, which is much larger and looks sturdier in scale on the opposite side as well. That's the west side of the encampment. So we'll see which direction law enforcement comes from. I suspect they will come from all different directions. It'll happen at a time of their choosing, and it'll be a surprise for everybody probably. Yeah, worth pointing out, it's pretty chilly down there. It's not a warm night by any means. So you can see some of the solar blankets that they brought out. Lots of people bundled up. It is unseasonably cool, as we heard. The weather going into the weekend is going to stay pretty cool, I guess. And tonight's no exception. It's pretty cool down there, and everybody is basically. You can see them looking for forms of shelter or at least some kind of covering to stay warm. You see a lot of that as they enjoy their meals. A lot of people are using this opportunity to eat. They have brought in loads of food. It's almost like a craft services buffet, like you said, where they have people lined up and more food being brought in by the minute. We've seen people just in the last hour bringing in all kinds of trays and pizzas and everything else. There you see the buffet line. As they wait in line. But look at that long line for this buffet here. They've just doubled, Mark. Both lines. Well, the LAPD line has doubled in size, and the CHP line from one line 10 minutes ago is now a double line. Is this an indication? It seems like they are casual. It doesn't all happen at once. When you're mobilizing this kind of a force, it's happening, it seems like, in stages. It seems like we're getting closer to something here just by watching the casual growth of these skirmish lines here on the east side of the quad. Again, 2 full skirmish lines of California Highway Patrolmen, and the LAPD lines have doubled, if not tripled, in force. And there are a whole nother group of officers. They appear to certainly be university police officers on the staircase to the left side of your screen. Right there, you can see the blue shirts on that staircase. They have come out. We know that there are a large number of law enforcement personnel both in that building as well as the one you see right here in that doorway right there. I don't know how many there are, but there are dozens and dozens and dozens of officers. At one point, a good bulk of them came out and went right back in. Some of them have come out since and actually formed this larger skirmish line, but I believe there are many more where that came from. Why is that important? Well, if they don't come through those doors, it's good that they've been able to get through that building, because where else would they come from? They would have to get through the mass of people on either side of the encampment. You have about 1,000 people on each side of the encampment, on the east side and the west side. Maybe a little bit less than 1,000 on the west side, at least 1,000 on the east side. But it's a sizable crowd that would be difficult for a large group of officers to penetrate. And so it seems like they've made entry into these other auxiliary buildings here to basically make their way ultimately into the quad. They have also used some of these buildings as a lookout spot. People have pointed out that there are sharpshooters in place. There are sharpshooters. Are they here to shoot anybody? No. I mean, they're looking for threats, but probably more than anything else, they are observing with their scopes and assisting in the recon for the watch commanders on the ground as this moves forward through the night. But there are indeed officers in a variety of positions, obviously positions that we would never give away from up here, but I can tell you that they are all over the place, keeping a close eye on things in the middle of the encampment and on the edges with a lot of technology at their disposal. It is an elaborate effort, and I think it is indicative of something about to happen as we continue to see these skirmish lines grow here. Yeah. it's such a great point, Mark. It's the optics that are almost like, it's almost like the optics here are the elephant in the room. It is the priority for everybody here to make this look as, you know, as tame as possible and as under control as possible and as methodical as possible without overusing the force or, sending the wrong message when this goes worldwide tomorrow, which it certainly will. This is a major international story here, or a domestic story at least, that is going to be seen all over the world. I know there were TV stations in Israel last night that were streaming our coverage last night during the protest. It is that big of a deal, and it is probably the optics and the fear of certain optics which have actually brought us to this point in the first place. Nobody wants it to, everybody wants to allow this group of students, and obviously it's more than just students here, we know that, but everybody wants to allow for everybody to exercise their First Amendment right. It's such a crucial part of our democracy, and nowhere less than on a college campus. But when things graduate to violence, and a gathering like this becomes an unlawful assembly, it's not a joke, and it needs to be dealt with. And you cannot just let anarchy take hold like we started to see last night, or has been the case at Columbia University just last night. It's a balancing act. It's a very delicate balancing act that law enforcement and politicians have to deal with. These administrators have to deal with it, and it's a delicate balancing act. And so whatever transpires here, I suspect, to your point, will be a layered approach using the minimal amount of force possible, unless they are forced to bring in additional resources. But they have the resources at the ready. It's nearby. It's at their disposal. They have tons of technology, tons of tools that they could use to take this, to disperse this crowd and to eliminate the encampment. They have the available resources to do it. Will the group participate and cooperate and go peacefully? Will they start to recede and go home? Will the crowds thin out as the night goes on? And maybe that's when they take the opportunity to start, giving people the opportunity to leave on their own accord. And to what extent will they face resistance? These are all open-ended questions, but the optics are what are driving a lot of the decisions. Paramount is the safety of the officers, as well as the safety of the protesters themselves. But the optics are the elephant in the room that are on everybody's mind. It's so true. It's something that I've never seen before, even as recently as a few years ago during George Floyd. It was happening, but maybe to a different extent because of the rapid growth of live streaming, where TikTok has really changed the nature of the demonstration on both sides, and it's been used and exploited by both sides, and some would argue even the platforms themselves to be complicit, but that's a whole other story for another day. But the platforms are being used as a communication tool, even within the protest. Even here in a local protest, and probably at the various universities across the country, where you have people talking to each other and threatening each other via social media. It borders on on hate crime in some cases. But it's a new world where the threats come from different places, and so does the dialogue. And somewhere in the middle is there's certainly parts of the internet where you can have entirely productive conversation between two opposing sides. There's no doubt about it. But that same technology is being used in a spectrum of ways that can contribute to real life, tangible activism. But that activism, again, in many cases, can start off as a free speech, First Amendment privilege, and turn into something much darker, or more violent, or restrictive, or dangerous. And it's that level of rhetoric that gets people hurt, and that's why you got to bring an end to it. That's what they would argue, is that it's time. The size of this encampment has reached its limits, at least the limits that our politicians are comfortable with. We have seen these same types of protests handled a dozen different ways in the last week in a dozen different places across the country, depending on what jurisdiction you're in and depending on what university campus you're talking about. It's a very different vibe in New York versus Florida versus Georgia versus Texas versus UCLA. It is part of what makes our 50-state union unique, and we're seeing it play out in real time tonight. Thank you. Keep an eye out for just an army of flashing lights. I think that, we got to be getting close here. Probably coming, I would imagine, up to 405, unless they're already closer. Yeah. Yeah, I was hesitant to mention it because I know that they were making their way in this area. They were in Van Nuys. They had set down for fuel and have now arrived on scene. They are not talking. They are not giving anything away here, but I can only presume that the arrival of that CHP helicopter may be indicative of something. We were expecting that as part of the prelude to whatever's going to take place here, and it appears that yet another indication that we're getting closer to some sort of police action here, as the arrival of that CHP helicopter is now very obvious to us as he flies through our shot, very probably obvious to the folks down there on the ground who are monitoring the air traffic above them. But I think that, along with the large law enforcement presence here and the large contingent of CHP officers that we are still looking for and anticipate seeing a lot more flashing lights coming from some direction. I don't know where. Look at that, Santa Monica police out here. So there are even other local jurisdictions besides LAPD. But we are looking for California Highway Patrol. We're expecting hundreds of them. That is what we were told, and I expect that at some point we'll see them make their way into the area here. You see LA City Fire standing by in case they are needed. But you're right, the California Highway Patrol helicopter now doing tight orbits around this campus, looking closely at the encampment, and it looks like there's some kind of signaling going on with those flashlights. I don't know what's happening down there, but all of a sudden you see more strobe lights in the middle of that encampment. But whatever's going to happen may be closer to happening, Mark. That helicopter has about the same fuel capacity as our helicopter, which is just over a couple hours. So they're here, and we'll see what happens next. Mark, Yeah, Mark, I'm wondering if we still have contact with either of our ground crews. Being told that the helicopter has or may be about to make a dispersal order PA announcement from the helicopter. I'm just curious. Obviously, we wouldn't hear that from Air 7, but I am curious if that has happened. That may be, again, more indication that the final steps are being taken to disperse peacefully here. But I am being told that the helicopter may be about to, if they haven't already, make an announcement. I'm not sure if we're in touch with Leanne or Shayla. Okay. Yeah, it certainly is, Mark. As we kind of scan the campus, we're just basically looking for any sign of law enforcement vehicles that may have gotten closer to the area we're talking about here. It does appear that those skirmish lines are holding strong. They have definitely grown over the last hour, but they are holding strong, and it does appear that we're getting closer to something. It just seems like, well, who knows where these officers are ultimately going to be coming from. It's just really anybody's guess. We know I can expect at least a group coming from those other two halls on this side of the encampment. But from all indications that we've gotten, we expect a whole lot more California Highway Patrol officers where these gentlemen have came from, and we just don't see them yet. Difficult to see. Is probably a good reason why they decided to do this at night or in the overnight hours. But the darkness definitely helps them. Yeah, I mentioned the strobes earlier. One thing that we are also seeing, speaking of strobes, Rob, if you tilt down just a little bit towards the skirmish line, there has been a consistent strobe coming from that tent right there for the last couple of hours. And essentially, they've been taking turns between pointing those flashlights in our direction, which I must admit it sometimes is slightly blinding, but they're also pointing it directly at the eyes of those CHP officers in those skirmish lines. They've been doing it for the better part of the last couple of hours, a clear intent to taunt those officers. It's been going on for a while. It's annoying, and they know it's annoying, and they're doing it on purpose, obviously, with full intention of again, taunting those officers. But that strobe is continuing at least for the better part of the last 2 hours now. Yeah, once again, you can see them now pointing it towards us. I'm being told, Mark, that apparently Shayla is reporting that indeed they have now given an additional dispersal order via the loudspeaker down there. It's been happening occasionally throughout the night, so it's been ongoing since about 6:15, as you mentioned. But another dispersal order was just indeed given just a few seconds ago. So just kind of reading the tea leaves here, we are seeing more activity, and now yet another dispersal order as the clock ticks on here, and that CHP helicopter continues those orbits. You mentioned that group that was walking along the right side of the encampment there down that walkway. They were all wearing helmets, and they've all kind of filtered their way through the front of the line. They're basically hanging right behind the wall and right behind the first row of tents. You can see them. A lot of white helmets and yellow helmets. Almost everybody on that front, I would say the front 10 feet behind that wall is wearing a helmet. Yeah, I'm actually watching that police helicopter. That California Highway Patrol helicopter almost looks as if he might be departing the area. I'm just trying to scope it out. Maybe he's actually just making a very wide orbit, actually. It looked like he was moving away. He's all the way over the 405 almost now, but still basically in an orbit pattern around the campus. So I'm not sure, you know, what that's about, or if he's going anywhere, but just kind of reading the tea leaves here, just looking for any indication or any activity whatsoever, because for the most part, it's been static otherwise, other than the occasional movement of groups of protesters or groups of officers in one direction or the other. It's almost taken on more of a standoff here with those guys behind the wall, but other than that, I mean, you know, other than that, it's been pretty you know, static here. Yeah, we've seen a handful of drones being used, presumably by law enforcement, but I can't confirm that. It's entirely possible that somebody in the group is controlling a drone. It's impossible for us to tell, but it certainly is possible to be coming from either law enforcement or the protesters. I've actually seen chatter about that online as well. So I can't rule out that there are individuals in that encampment with drones. It's information that I can't confirm, but has been conveyed to me, if you will, by some folks on social media. So you can see that group of CHP officers. By the way, both the officers in this shot here and the LAPD officers behind them, they've been standing there for some time now, and I don't even recall the last time we've seen them get swapped out. But essentially, the skirmish lines, to some extent or another, they've grown in the last hour, but the minimal skirmish line has been in place for about the last 5 hours, and I can't imagine what it's like for these officers to be standing there for so long. I mean, this is really dragging on. I'm sure at some point when we weren't looking that they are swapping these officers out. It would be, highly unusual if they didn't. But this skirmish line has been in existence in some form or fashion for hours now. Yeah, in full gear. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, still looking for any kind of movement. My eyes are peeled. All of ours are. We're looking within that encampment and around the campus for any sign of movement, and we're just not quite seeing it just yet. It seems like even the activity within the encampment has simmered down a little bit. Let's go ahead and push in a little bit, Rob, and see if looks like people are still walking around. I mean, the food line has shortened, I think, slightly, but folks are kind of concentrated in the middle, especially the ones without helmets. But I mean, even the ones in the middle, there are a fair amount of helmets throughout the crowd here. But everybody's just kind of standing around, milling around aimlessly, sort of. And I mean, it's organized, but I mean, they seem to be losing their patience a little bit too. They're just kind of, hanging out on a Wednesday night. Let's take a look. As recently as about an hour ago, I did see somebody still. Look at that. There is somebody actually working on the wall right there in the corner. Not sure if he's trying to just look over it and kind of get a lay of the land on the other side of the wall, or if he's actually securing it. But you can see some folks, several folks actually, yeah, looks like they're just trying to climb and peer over the wall to get a glimpse of what activity is taking place on the other side. So they've built the wall around metal barricades, and then about 10 feet in front of the wall is an additional line of metal barricades. I guess at some point, the officers that eventually move in here will actually have to cross that line of barricades. So they'll probably come along the side, I would imagine, and start to fill in that gap if they're going to start forcibly removing the plywood. It's a large encampment. I can't understate how much this encampment has grown over the last week, and it's a sizable amount of property. Tough to put an accurate. Actually, let's go ahead and use our measuring tool here. We can actually give you a pretty good idea of how wide this area is. About 200 feet from building to building, and then if we measure it long ways, it's probably at least a football field from east to west, I would imagine. So essentially, we're looking at it, yeah, about 300 feet. So about a football field is what we're talking about here, Mark. And that may very well be what's prompted the helmets suddenly in the last few minutes. Again, that group there, a better view here actually, as we peer under those tents from behind. You can see them taking cover under the tents, but those seem to be the most, I want to say the most male-oriented from what we could tell, and the most able-bodied, fit people in this encampment who are kind of at the front lines. They've taken up position, if you will, in those helmets along the front line there, right behind that plywood wall. That's right. That's right. And I think it's fairly obvious at this point. You know, again, I keep speaking of this large group of officers that we're expecting to see, and again, where they come from. Again, there's limited options here, but the officers that you see in that skirmish line are far, 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 far outnumbered. So these would likely not be the initial group to, you know, move forward on this encampment. I imagine that skirmish line will just act as just that, a skirmish line that nobody tries to cross during the actual operation, when we presume that California Highway Patrol will actually make entry into that encampment. Again, how they do that will be methodical, but I think it'll be something of a surprise for everybody, including us, in terms of the method to their operation. One of the tools, one of the tools that that comes to mind, since we have some free time to speculate at least a little bit. We learned about the distraction detonators that were used in Columbia University last night. Very similar to a flashbang, but completely harmless as far as I know, but definitely effective in terms of forcibly dispersing a crowd without injuring anybody. It certainly seems like one of the tools I would imagine we might see being tossed into the crowd or into maybe some of the open areas within the crowd to kind of divert attention away from where the law enforcement wants their attention diverted to. So, it's tools like that that I can imagine in my head that would come in very handy in a situation like this as they try and penetrate that plywood and try and penetrate that wall. Again, this is a group on the other side of that wall that's equipped with not just helmets. They've got gas masks and all kinds of defensive equipment to deal with tear gas and other sorts of irritants. But a distraction device is very effective, and we've seen it just this week in other locations be used in similar situations that may very well be played out here. Tilt down, Rob, to the corner at the end of Royce Hall. Right there, right in that corner there. That's all sealed off in the bottom left. It continues, right? Let's try and get a better shot of that, Johnny, if we can. Yeah, I'm trying. There you go. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot. What's that table on the left? Medical? Yeah. what's happening. Down on fuel. Is it news copter here? Oh, really? Oh. Oh. Air 7 News Desk, we've got a bail for fuel. Okay, copy. We'll be back as soon as possible. All right, let's go. Yeah, let's do it now. What do you see? What are you seeing? Are they a little movement? Yeah. Right.
you. They don't even fuck with you.
Oh, your video will be like, no, it's not. I didn't want to get you in it.
Oh, yeah, because I'm the weirdo that's walking around.
protest! Peaceful 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 protest! LAPD! Shame on you, LAPD! Shame on Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! No, chill out, chill out. Shame on you, LAPD! Shame on you, LAPD!
Vai serviço.
Shame on you, LAPD! Shame on you, LAPD!
near the staircase, and then a whole nother line of officers. Let's go ahead and try and count them. It looks like they have some less lethal weaponry there. I would say about 24 officers that are now face-to-face with these protesters. That would explain some of the yelling that I heard on some of the live streams there. We're getting a better aerial view of what has happened here just in the last 30 minutes. Definitely a much different posture here as LAPD is within the confines of the encampment, the Gaza Solidarity Encampment. If you hear anything on scanner 2, let me know. Once again, LAPD face-to-face with this lead group of protesters on the perimeter of the encampment. You can see strobe lights being flashed in their direction. There have been reports of objects being thrown at them, although we are not seeing that, but it does appear that there was some tense moments as the LAPD made their way up the staircase and entered the encampment. You can see the skirmish line extending the entire 200-foot distance between Powell Library and Royce Hall, and you can see opposite those officers a solid line of protesters wearing mostly white helmets, white and yellow helmets, as they're basically face-to-face with these officers. These are outsiders. These are supporters who showed up this afternoon. They're now being kept at bay on that staircase. They're not going to be allowed anywhere in there. I think that's the primary job of that skirmish line right there, is to now hold the distance between the staircase and that large group of protesters right there at the leading edge of the encampment in front of the fountain. Looks like more people kind of gathering in this part of the encampment. You see folks converging on both sides along the staircase and by that fountain. We're talking about at least 1,000, a minimum of 1,000 people by my estimation there lining that staircase, and presumably they will be confronted if they try and climb that staircase But it's a pretty small group of LAPD officers in the middle there, basically surrounded by protesters, far outnumbered by those protesters, but holding the line nonetheless. You can see a couple of dozen LAPD, we believe those are LAPD officers who are holding the line there at the staircase. Well, it certainly begs the question, what prompted LAPD to make their way up the staircase, and would they have made it up the staircase if they did not expect imminent action by the agencies in charge of this operation? I really wonder if we are indeed getting closer to some type of movement by the California Highway Patrol and the Sheriff's Department. Look at the size of this crowd. I am fairly stunned. I have been all day long as we've watched this crowd swell on both sides of the encampment. There are at least 1,000 protesters on either side of these officers. About 1,000 people along the staircase here, and another 1,000 people on the opposite side. Or at least hundreds on the opposite side within the encampment. We've estimated between 300 and 500 people in that encampment, and there's a whole nother mass of people on the opposite side of the encampment. We can go ahead and tilt up there. You can see people lining the barricades up there along Portela Plaza. It's got to be another at least 500 people, 500 to maybe even 800 people on that side of the fence there. Yep. What's about to happen, we don't know, but it is certainly clear that we are getting closer to something happening. LAPD more heavily involved than I expected them to be, as they have now penetrated the encampment. They are within the walls of the encampment, and basically holding the line here until orders are given to do otherwise or advance on this crowd. Probably more officers. It's going to take more officers, I would imagine, to do that, almost certainly, and additional agencies. We know that CHP is the lead agency here, but we just don't see a whole lot of movement on their part there. We see that skirmish line where there were 2 skirmish lines about a half hour ago, 40 minutes now. There is now 1 skirmish line of CHP officers and 2 longer lines of LAPD officers. Again, that's the east side of the encampment there. That right there in the middle, if you're not familiar, is remnants from the counter-protest yesterday, where the group of pro-Israeli demonstrators were gathered around that movie screen. And there you see, in the center of your screen, is that encampment. Show me the middle. What's going on in the middle of that encampment there? Look at this. Look at this. The crowd is pushing forward, and those officers are face to face with this crowd. Here come a whole line of umbrellas. A lot more commotion now within the confines of the encampment as LAPD is now retreating. LAPD is now retreating from the encampment. They're retreating from the encampment. There are encounters with protesters. LAPD now scuffling with these protesters, the supporters who have shown up on that staircase. They are now fist to fist with some of these protesters as they try and make their way down the staircase. LAPD is retreating from the encampment as the crowd has converged on at least 36 officers who were apparently holding that skirmish line. That skirmish line is not holding, and those officers now retreating as they are being pushed out completely out of the encampment by no less than a couple hundred protesters on the encampment, within the encampment, within the confines of that plywood wall. Most of them letting them go now. Officers just making their way to safety. Down. Some tense moments there, for sure. But whatever was accomplished is now being reversed as LAPD is retreating from that encampment. And there's somebody taken down. LAPD taking somebody down there. LAPD clashing with at least one protester as they were being pushed around at the bottom of that staircase. LAPD taking somebody down, now forming a new skirmish line at the bottom of the staircase. There was an encounter there. Somebody might be hurt there, but it looks like somebody's being detained. Yep. Is it just one person? Okay. Look at that. The crowd appears to be cheering. I mean, they feel that they have accomplished something as LAPD has been forced to retreat from the encampment. They made their way down the stairs, encountering a bunch of protesters and supporters of the encampment, and now you see them detaining one person who is being walked away in handcuffs. This is just really a recipe for disaster here. I mean, what has changed that prompted LAPD to make their way up the staircase in the first place. We'll stick with this person here who's being walked away. But what prompted LAPD to make their way up there? I wish we were here when it happened, but I just can't tell you how that happened or what prompted that. You're looking at a protester who tried to shove some police officers as they made their way down that staircase and has now been placed into handcuffs. You can see a line of LAPD officers now just beyond that person, and they extend pretty much across the lawn, but they have retreated significantly in relation to that staircase, where now there is a whole group of people that are blocking access to the staircase, and folks all the way up the staircase into the encampment. Yeah. Seriously. What's that? Oh. Yeah, I know. I know. It's frustrating. And now that skirmish line is dissipating as the officers march towards the edge of the quad here. Yeah, they let him go. So that person has been let go. A group of officers now fully disengaging and going back to their base, wherever that is. You can see them now towards the back of the lawn there, but they have completely pulled back. Yep. They're still standing back there, huh? Yeah. Way back. Looks like that side of the crowd has actually dissipated a little bit. I think a lot of the folks on Portela Plaza there at some point made their way to the opposite side of the encampment. And I think that's why it looks like that crowd on the west side looks so much larger than it did a little while ago. It certainly appears that that's what's happened. And we've seen some shifting in the crowd throughout the afternoon, and I think that's basically what's happened here. We're still talking about approximately the same number of people overall, in excess of about, I would say, 2,000 people or so, in addition to the encampment itself. But you can see the crowd that's been hanging around the staircase all day. Well, basically, that's what we have now. You see LAPD tried to make their way up there. They've been forced to retreat. They've been completely outnumbered after actually penetrating the encampment itself. And now hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people all the way up that staircase. And you can see the crowd of defenders who were face-to-face with the skirmish line of LAPD officers within the encampment. Well, all of them have now retreated as well further inside the encampment. What a mess. Yep. What'd I tell you? I told you. You can do some orbits. Oh, well, I figure we'll burn one more bag. What do you think? And then do a swap. Any activity there in the middle? I see some more lights. Yeah. So what they've been doing is they've been running around the south side of the library and switching sides depending on the posture of the skirmish lines. And I think the latest group made their way from that Portola Plaza around the buildings and then converged on the steps. So I think, I don't know, what would you say? I would say at least 1,500 people there. Empty? There was a report of an officer injured, but I think he was fine. Yeah, it's empty. That ambulance empty? Yep. Are they with somebody? What's that? Oh, that's weird. Are they attending to somebody there? I can't. They are treating somebody. Give me some gain. Okay. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah. All right, let's go back to the crowd there. Exactly. Look at this. Where is this? Where are you looking? I'm sorry, I looked away for a second. Got it. Got it. Okay. Very good. DIRECTO.com and our 24/7 streaming channels. Once again, Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD. We're just kind of tracking the movements of this group of LAPD officers who have retreated from the encampment, now making their way all the way back to the rear of this lawn here, closest to the activity center, I believe. And they have now been joined by a separate group of officers to form a skirmish line about a couple 100 feet away from the staircase. This is a staircase that they at one point made their way up, confronted a bunch of protesters at the top of the staircase, even entered and penetrated the plywood wall. But look at the turnout here by these supporters who are not in the encampment. These are protesters and supporters who showed up late in the day to defend this encampment. And sure enough, just look at the amount of people that have shown up not only on the west side of the encampment, but there's a whole other several hundred on the other side. I estimate in excess of 2,000 people at least, not to mention the several hundred that are actually within the encampment in the confines of those plywood walls in those tents. You can see a couple hundred people there just on the perimeter of that barricade where there are separate skirmish lines separating that crowd from the encampment. You can see CHP closest to the encampment, 2 lines of LAPD officers behind them. But it really appears to be a pretty static situation in general, aside from this little episode where LAPD made their way up the staircase into the encampment and then was put in a position where they were surrounded and were forced to retreat and encountered a little bit of resistance as they did so. But it did appear that one person may have shoved an officer. Somebody was reported to be hurt. It looked like paramedics attended to that officer, but that gurney is empty and it looks like everybody's okay down there by the activity center. And now a separate skirmish line has been established there. What we are not seeing here, folks, is the numbers. We don't see enough law enforcement in place yet to make any kind of an action to advance into this encampment. The anticipation was that there would be hundreds more officers on the scene once California Highway Patrol gave the go-ahead to move in on this so-called Gaza Solidarity encampment there at Royce Hall. But what we are seeing here is that upwards of a couple thousand people have shown up, outnumbering law enforcement in huge numbers and providing a real buffer for the folks who are residing inside the encampment. This is an encampment that has been reconstructed throughout the day, heavily defaced, heavily vandalized Royce Hall, now sealed off with debris and all kinds of makeshift materials by the folks in the encampment. There are hundreds of tents established with different specialty items in each tent, hygiene, PPE, makeshift weapons such as we've seen fire extinguishers and all kinds of defense shields, gas masks, you name it. They have come prepared for a confrontation, and it doesn't appear that they're going to get the confrontation that they were looking for or that they were preparing for. So right now, the encampment lives on for another night here. We're coming up on the bottom of the 2 o'clock hour. Whether law enforcement is going to move in on them, whether they have more officers en route, we just don't know. It just is it's just not playing out the way we all were anticipating that it would. And it seems like everybody was prepared for a much larger advance by law enforcement. But if this situation continues the way it has, I mean, this encampment will likely be right where it is tomorrow morning. We will see what happens here. We're going to stay here as long as we can, and you can see they've now moved some dumpsters to the bottom of that staircase. There are at least 1,500 people lining this staircase all the way up to the encampment there near the top. You can see just an incredible number of supporters who have shown up. Again, late in the day. This does not include the people who have been residing in this encampment. peek in that, peek behind the building there, behind the drone. Who is that right there? Who's that? It is UCLA security. Okay. Got it. Nothing. I mean, there's no activity. Who's that right? Look at this. Look at this. This is CHP? Look at this. CHP. Okay. This is new. This is new. Folks, if you're just watching, we're just seeing now for the first time a large group of CHP officers lining up along Royce Drive behind Royce Hall. Look at this. There is a bus of CHP officers being dropped off behind the quad, behind Royce Hall. It looks like CHP is getting ready to move in on this encampment. Now, finally, we are seeing our first movement here of at least a couple of hundred, upwards of maybe, I would say maybe even, at least, yeah, I would say a couple hundred people here. This is starting to take shape, folks. You can see more buses, more buses. We've got 3 buses of CHP officers being dropped off behind Royce Hall and now lining up. There's more buses. All right, things are taking shape here, folks. We could count at least a couple hundred officers now lining up and preparing for action. They are fully equipped. They've got their gear on, and we will see if the situation is about to change here. But it has been mostly static throughout the night. Obviously, if you've been following along with us, we've seen some attempts to confront protesters by LAPD, but we really never expected LAPD to play a major role in this operation. It was always to be that the California Highway Patrol would take the lead in executing whatever orders were given to them in terms of handling this encampment and handling this unlawful assembly. So now California Highway Patrol immediately behind Royce Hall. By the way, Marcel, work with me here. You see where they are lined up right there where you're pointing? They're starting to walk in the direction that I want you to tilt down slightly, and you can see that the students have set up a table, a first aid table, near the very entrance. Right there is the entrance to the encampment. There's going to be a confrontation. If there's going to be a confrontation, it's going to be right here at that staircase near the top of your screen as officers eventually make their way through this parking lot. We're going to see what's going to happen here, but something is about to take place as officers finally come face to face with these protesters in the encampment who have been preparing all day to guard the entrance to the encampment adjacent to Royce Hall. This is a dramatic development that we have been anticipating all day and all night, and now you can see at this late hour as we come up on the 3 o'clock hour, finally, we are seeing a long line of CHP officers confronting this group here momentarily. And protesters walking towards them. Bottom of the screen, tilt down, tilt down, tilt down. You can see another group of protesters walking in their direction. They're going to start converging on the entrance to the encampment here. Here we go. Here we go. Batons out, shields out, riot gear, full riot gear is in place here as they make their way up the staircase. Here we go. Push in there. Let's push in and see what they do. CHP lining up here. They're now face to face with a large group of campers, essentially. The people who have been residing in this encampment, they have been planning for this moment. They have spent all day refortifying this encampment and waiting for this confrontation at the entry point of the encampment. This is the only hole left that is not boarded up. And you can just feel the tension. You can imagine what it's like down there on the ground as they start to communicate face-to-face with these protesters. There are tons of CHP behind them. We're talking about 300 CHP officers who are getting ready to force their way into this encampment. Well, this is it, folks. You can see a large group here, in excess of 200 to 300 CHP officers being dropped off by buses, ready to confront these protesters. There are folks who have been residing in this encampment on the right side of your screen here, and on the left side, by that staircase right there, you're looking at a group of supporters who showed up here late in the day, part of a much larger group near the bottom of your screen. This is the same group that just forced LAPD to retreat from the encampment. Not sure how they even made it up there, but in any event, CHP now ready to execute on their orders to take this encampment down, and I think it's about to go down, folks. About 1 hour, 1 hour. People are now converging from all over that encampment right to this corner of the quad. You have supporters on the left who are here to defend the encampment, and you have the people who have been setting up this encampment all day, holding the fort down and refortifying this wall, now at the entrance of the encampment. This is the entrance to the courtyard in front of Royce Hall, where those officers have now been dropped off. Marcel, if you could do me a favor, let's just take a look and see if there's any other activity on the opposite side of Royce Hall here. Other side? Nothing up there. Okay. All right, let's go back over there. We are watching a standoff here at the entrance of this encampment. The walkway that leads right in front of Royce Hall is now completely blocked with protesters. You can see another line of CHP officers making their way to the front here. They have a small gap to fill, and it's about, man, I gotta say, at least 250 to 300 officers in this group here. They're gonna eventually, I would imagine, push their way up here, but this group is ready for a fight. This group is ready for a fight. I could tell you that the California Highway Patrol airship is inbound, making their way back over to campus here. Protesters coming down with pallets, batons out, and now a confrontation. CHP officers now coming fist to fist with some of these protesters, ripping some of their defenses right out of their hands. It's a scuffle. It's a scuffle at the bottom of that staircase as they fight for their shields that they've brought to the bottom there. They don't seem very well equipped, to be honest with you. This initial group down there should be easily penetrated by these officers. It's a pretty weak group, actually. They just brought some very weak shielding to try and block the entrance of the quad. But you see, they've got two groups they've got to deal with. There's a group at the top of the entrance, the top of that staircase. And then they've got hundreds of people to their right, your left of the screen here, where folks have come for the purpose of defending this encampment. Here we go, water bottles being thrown. Who knows what other liquids are being thrown here. You can see that confrontation now as CHP moves in on that staircase. They're going to be as methodical as they can here and try to use the least amount of force possible to make their way up that staircase into the encampment. But it's all happening right now, live on ABC7 and your 24/7 streaming channels here. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD as we continue to follow major developments here on the campus of UCLA as the CHP prepares to take down this encampment. A confrontation now taking place as hundreds of officers are now face to face with these protesters. Where's that light? Is that? Yeah. It's difficult to see through there. Yeah, it's yeah, you've got about 100 or so protesters in this corner of the quad. You can see several umbrellas going up. And those umbrellas could be used for defense or offense. We've seen both in the last 24 hours. You can see a large group there at the top of the staircase waiting for those officers. They're going to put up a fight, and we'll see how this plays out here. But yep. Are they? Okay. Copy that. Thank you. I'll tell you what, Johnny, let's go ahead and do a full orbit, and we'll come right back to this position here. I just want to use this opportunity to kind of get a view on the other side of these trees here. If we could do a tight orbit, so we try not to let the building get too much in the way. We'll just want to see the posture of these officers behind them. More objects being thrown at those CHP officers. Good angle. Let's push all the way in there. Look at these people. They're climbing through the bushes to try and crowd the staircase. You see a whole bunch of people on the staircase with umbrellas extended all the way out here. Let's stay tight in there. Impossible to tell. I'm just trying to decipher what the next steps here are. It's impossible to tell whether there's some kind of a dialogue being exchanged here, or what the next move here is for these officers. Trying to figure out what type of tools they can employ here within their rules of engagement to try and figure out how to get to the top of that staircase and move these people out of the way. You can see about 100 people basically on that staircase making their way up the embankment there, and a whole lot of umbrellas now extended in their direction. What are those yellow things? Oh, flashlights. Those are the flashlights. Okay. Sorry, we've got a lot of flashlights. Can't help but feel like the more time they spend here, the more opportunity the rest of the protesters inside the encampment are going to have to prepare here. Even though they've been preparing all day for this moment, you just hate to take that advantage of time away from those officers if they can move quickly up that staircase and somehow eradicate this group right here somehow. It's a tricky space to work with. It's a narrow staircase that leads to the quad up top near Royce Hall, and then you've got this whole other group to the right that they still have to deal with, hundreds of people that are climbing through these bushes and making their way up towards that group of officers. That's what I was thinking. That's why I wanted to see the other side of, if they would have come up from different angles simultaneously. Yep. All right, so that skirmish line is intact. Okay. Additional officers being dropped off. This is a separate bus. This is a separate bus of officers now being dropped off, and they're walking the opposite side of Royce Hall. They're going to come around the other side. Okay, a separate group of officers, a whole nother busload of officers has just been dropped off. They're making their way to the east side of Royce Hall. All right, protesters getting ready for a confrontation on the opposite wall as another 50 or so officers make their way along the south side of the hall here towards the quad. Yep. They may. That makes the most sense. Some of them moved over. Yep. All right, show me the big group. Some people in custody under that walkway. All right, let's bring it back over here. That drone there does not look like a police drone. Yep. All right, so that some of these officers have come from that original group. There was another bus that was dropped off here. I estimate maybe it's hard to tell with that tree there, but at least 50 or 60 officers over here now forming a new skirmish line as they get ready to advance on the opposite side of Royce Hall. You can see students confronting these officers, trying to communicate. Perhaps some chanting going on here. What is that they've used to block the staircase? There's a staircase that leads down, and that looks like some dumpsters that they've used to form a blockade. And here they go. They're going to move forward. Is that a different drone or another drone? It's another drone. More CHP moving down to the bottom here. All right, they're starting to scatter out more. This is smart here as they kind of surround this corner of the quad. There's a group right there that's going to move forward against those dumpsters, and then you have about how many over there on the right, all the way to the right? There's a small little group there, yeah, about another dozen or so that are now just about 30 feet away from the front of the encampment. Again, that's the east side of the encampment. If we move back over to the west side of the encampment, there is more chanting and flashlights in the faces of those CHP officers. Even a laser at one point I saw there pointing at those officers. They're screaming and chanting and refusing to let those officers budge. They haven't pushed too hard yet, but there's a lot of people in their way, and they've got to make their way up a small, narrow staircase to get into the quad here. So it's a tight space that they're working with. We do. Same pilot. And roughly 40 minutes of fuel. Sounds good. All right. This is a larger contingent, perhaps from the original squad there that are moving into the south side of Royce Hall. I think they see the opportunity for somewhat easier access than that other staircase, but it seems like they've almost divided it in half, maybe. Are they? All right. So that front line there, that front line of students appears to be putting their hands up, some of them at least, and just giving up. We'll see if they can advance through those bushes here or maybe tear down that blockade. But it looks like not much resistance from that first group of students. The students are actually removing the blockade and moving the barricade from the stairs. All right, that blockade is completely gone. The barricade is gone. A large group of CHP officers now with the freedom to move down this staircase and start ripping away, I would presume, at that plywood. Look at the dozen. There's a dozen or so CHP officers now closing in on the front of the encampment, and it looks like somebody's about to give the order to go ahead and move in here. I think we're seconds away from seeing some movement here on the east end, on the east side of this encampment, where there is a large makeshift plywood wall that has been under construction all day. We'll see just how well constructed it was, but I think there's plenty of opportunity here for them to penetrate this wall and make entry into the encampment here. Doesn't seem like much in their way. They're starting to make their way down the staircase. There's another group of officers already at the bottom. Here they come. They're coming down the staircase. Maybe they're looking for some more people who are willing to negotiate here. Look at that. A whole group of students that were blocking the staircase now walking away with their hands up, being led down the back of Royce Hall. Dozens of students now being escorted away from Royce Hall with their hands up, and officers now making their way down the staircase. I think CHP sees an opportunity here to maybe negotiate with some of these people on the leading edge of the encampment. Perhaps. All right, some barricades coming down. They're going to penetrate this wall here pretty quickly, I think. CHP officers looking for any opening to get in there and penetrate that corner of the quad, where it is, again, it's been heavily fortified throughout the day, and now they are starting to rip away at the barricade that is holding up some of that wood. They have stockpiled tons of wood over the course of the last 24 hours, and you can see that a bulk of the people in this encampment have gravitated to either side of the encampment, where there are now two sets of CHP officers attempting to penetrate the perimeter of this encampment. They've opened this side. This is the walkway that leads to the front of Royce Hall. I think that leads to the front door, if I'm not mistaken. It's a foyer that kind of leads to the front of the building here. It looks like it may be penetrated. There are a whole group of supporters and protesters under that roof there, and you can see umbrellas trying to conceal, or maybe, I don't know what they're doing with those umbrellas, quite frankly. But it's bad luck, right? They're tearing apart at that barricade. Some more pallets being pulled away here. Still, yeah. Yeah, what you? Yeah, you guys say when? Really difficult to see what's happening in here, quite frankly, but it does look like they're chipping away at whatever barricades are in their way, using multiple entry points to try and break through here. You can see them tearing up umbrellas, tearing up signs, pulling away signs, and they're taking more barricades down. On both the upstairs and at the bottom of those stairs, plywood is now coming apart, and that wall is about to come down. That plywood wall is about to come down, and the end is near for this encampment. It certainly appears as though they are not facing that much resistance, quite frankly. They're working very methodically, but they don't seem to be putting up with much fight. Yeah. Continuing to pull away at that plywood. The wall's coming down piece by piece. Hey, how are you? Okay. Okay, great. So in other words, a self-toss? Copy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Standing by. Welcome, everybody. You're watching Eyewitness News. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD with breaking news over the UCLA campus, where hundreds of CHP officers are now in the process of penetrating this week-long encampment here in front of Royce Hall. This encampment, which has been refortified over the last 24 hours, is now disintegrating at the edges as CHP starts to tear away at the plywood. There are hundreds of people inside this encampment. However, at this point, the resistance has been minimal. They've been faced with lots of flashlights and lasers, some other garbage thrown in their direction, but for the most part, they are managing to take down this barricade and take down the plywood, which has been blocking law enforcement from entering this encampment. This encampment has basically been under protester control completely for the past couple of days. It's an occupied zone in front of Royce Hall that now has a wall built on the east side as well as the west side, and now there are hundreds of CHP officers on both sides of the encampment as they tear away at this side of the encampment wall. We'll go ahead and pan over to the opposite side of Royce Hall, where there are, again, 100 or two more officers still trying to talk some sense maybe into these protesters who are preventing them from making their way up a narrow staircase to get into the quad here. Something is going off on the side. I don't know if it's fireworks or what, but something is going off. What is that? What is that? Is that bottle? Yeah, there's like some bottle rockets going off that are almost blinding up here, and it's coming from the edge there. So somebody's launching bottle rockets in some direction. I can't tell exactly where they're coming from. Anyway, you can see about 100 or so CHP officers on this side. I'm sorry, less lethal rounds being shot into the encampment. There are less lethal rounds being shot into the encampment. These are coming from CHP. These are coming from the CHP side of the wall, and as shots are being fired into the encampment. These are not bullets. These are less lethal rounds that are being shot into the encampment. That might be what was catching the corner of my eye here. Very, very bright, and you can see something being used to launch into this encampment. They have penetrated the corner here, but they have not quite made entry into all of those tents. You can see a lot of people milling about as they were trying to make their way down that staircase right there on the right-hand side of your screen. There were a couple of dozen students blocking their way, as well as a couple of dumpsters blocking the staircase, and at some point, the students ended up putting up their hands and helping in removing the blockade, allowing those officers down the staircase. Now making their way into the encampment, penetrating that plywood wall has proven to be a little bit more difficult, but you can see whatever is being launched into the encampment is producing a haze. It's producing a haze that you can see on the camera lens here. So something has been launched in there. It is creating a haze. We're now peering through the haze to try and get a better look at both sides of Royce Hall, where now hundreds of CHP officers are executing the dispersal order that was given at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening. There was an unlawful assembly declared at around 6:15. A dispersal order has been repeated over the last 6 to 7 hours, and now finally CHP moving into position to try and penetrate this encampment and as peacefully as possible remove these students and protesters from this illegal, unlawful assembly. We're still looking through some haze here. It's also a combination of some low clouds that are moving through here as well. As we peer through this moisture, you can see they are still working at trying to get through there. I don't see any actual officers in the encampment just yet, but they are chipping away there at the edges of this encampment. There are groups of people under those tents. They have shields, they're wearing helmets. They've been preparing for this moment all day long, ever since the violence broke out on Tuesday night. They've spent the entire day refortifying this encampment and shopping for materials, PPE, goggles, helmets, umbrellas, you name it. We saw groups of fire extinguishers at the ready, just waiting to be put to use here tonight, and even signs pointing protesters in the direction of the various tents. At one point, we saw a tent that literally said, "Protection for tonight." as they were looking for some of the PPE to try and defend against tear gas and stuff like that. But you can see it does look like CHP is slowly and gradually making their way through these tents, through that wall, and finally they will figure out who's going to put up a fight here and who will be placed under arrest. There are dozens of LA County Sheriff's buses at the ready and waiting for processing and booking of however many arrestees they have to deal with at the end of this operation. But they are fully equipped. Law enforcement from the LAPD, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol have been marshaling their forces all day long for the better part of the last 15 hours, getting into position as we've been waiting for this moment where they are finally executing that order to disperse this crowd and take down this encampment, which has just gotten to be too dangerous. We have seen a couple people detained, John, but as you can see now, we see some of this crowd starting to move away from the edge there as there's some smoke grenades going off. Not sure if it's tear gas or if it's just smoke, but we did count at least 1 or 2 people being placed in handcuffs when these CHP officers first arrived. Earlier, LAPD tried to make their way into the encampment. They actually were able to make their way up a staircase on the opposite side, and as they had to retreat because they were surrounded by protesters, there was some pushing and shoving, and one of the officers was hurt, minor injuries. He was okay, but they did detain somebody temporarily at that point and eventually let him go. LAPD now holding that skirmish line. Again, that's all happening on the opposite side of the quad here. But now you can see these tents are starting to be moved and taken down as CHP is now within the perimeter of this encampment. John? Yeah, we're talking about at least about 300 by my estimation. We've seen about 5 buses pull in and drop these officers off, maybe even more than 300, but at least 300 by my count here. And you can see that now a little bit more of a line of scrimmage here as you have officers on the right, protesters on the left, and now a bit of a standoff right there at the perimeter. How much of a fight, how stubborn they're going to be is what we're going to find out here, but they are giving them every last opportunity to try and bring this to an end as peacefully as possible with as least amount of force as possible. You see them pulling the protesters. They're going to start doing it one by one and just peeling them off, hoping that they put up very little fight. And I think for the most part we could say that they have not encountered quite the resistance that you would expect, although they clearly are not being welcomed in by this crowd, and so they are in a position where they are using less lethal rounds. You can see objects being thrown in their direction. There are water bottles, there are other objects. It looked at one point like there wasn't a fire extinguisher that was tossed over there, but you can see clearly now about a couple dozen officers on the right there, and several dozen near the top of the staircase that are trying to penetrate the entrance to Royce Hall near the top left-hand portion of your screen there. So there are two groups of officers in this shot right here, and you can see a combination of smoke and cloud that is now coming in the way here that we're trying to peer through to try and get a better glimpse. But they are face-to-face with these protesters who are holding up umbrellas to prevent, basically shield themselves from tear gas, essentially. But they're just kind of grasping at those and tearing those umbrellas apart as well. Here's a fire extinguisher being used in the direction of those officers, John. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly right. I don't know if they're going home exactly, but I think ultimately you're going to have a good portion that do manage to sneak out of here. And most likely you will be left with a core group of holdouts who are going to fight to the bitter end. But I think you're right about that. It's striking to me how methodically they're going about this. You know, there are a number of different tactics that law enforcement could take in a situation like this to break up any kind of a protest or a riot. This is not a riot at this point, but they are facing resistance. In this case, the rules of engagement are clearly such that they are using very kid-glove care on these protesters, despite the fact that they have a lot of obstacles and things being thrown and tossed in their direction. They clearly are, somewhat restrained here in terms of how they go about doing this. They're using the least amount of force as possible, as clearly must have been the directive in terms of making sure that there is minimal injury in this process. And that, I think, really explains why this is happening so slowly and methodically, John. You get the impression, yeah. Yeah, you get the impression there's some kind of dialogue taking place there. Otherwise, they could easily force their way through here. Mind you, we should focus on this group here because there is a large group of well over 100 CHP officers who are being held back. They are not being welcomed up that staircase, a much narrower staircase that is proving to be very difficult for them to plow through. There's a crowd blocking their way, and they really aren't able to make their way up here. I almost wonder if they're going to make their way around, but now we're going to start to see some scuffles taking place at the leading edge of this protest. The holdouts are not going away peacefully, and so they are going to be pulled away. They're going to be peeled off of each other one by one if they continue to resist. So we're seeing some scuffles breaking out between police and protesters who are somewhat prepared, but again, not to the extent that these CHP officers are with their riot gear, John. All right, we are out of fuel. We're going to head back. You got it. Copy, copy. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Nice job, bud. Really? Oh, man, I don't even want to go home. Should I just tell Scott, yeah, take the day? Just. I know you were. Is it socked? Oh, we're good. Where's everybody else? I can't believe the other choppers didn't come in early. This is the Scott. Oh, smoking. Who's that? Who's? Wow. Wow. Yeah, that was it was great. It was great. That was great, guys. Oh, bro, good, perfect timing. Man, I was hoping they'd be done by now. This could be hours.
but that exit, they're just trying to work it out there.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
others here have said that this is the largest group that's outside the encampment right now, and eventually this group is going to get cleared out as well. And they've been so you know. I do see the other images, and it is just on the other side of where I am. So yeah, fine to try. Eventually this group is going to clear out, and I like my current position that I have no on dance steps.
Why is that voice?
It's probably what camp. Southern lecture at Roswell, literally pouncing it up that guy.
Down here to also move to Fowler?
Yes, but not everybody. A lot of people need to move to the side on the grass. Start lining up on the Fowler stairs. A good amount of you. Not everyone, but a good amount.
Should there be people left on these stairs?
Yeah, leave a couple, but as long as there's a clear path for people to run out. Palestine will be free. LAPD, KKK. LAPD, KKK. ILF, you're all the same. ILF, you're all the same.
All right! Listen up! We are here at this moment. All the fucking encampments across the fucking nation have been under assault. You can see that we're clearing an exit. If you are okay with risking yourself for a couple of minutes, just making sure people don't get pulled, you can always fall back. But if you guys got it in you, now is the time. We can definitely use more people out there. The people out there right now, they've been beaten, they've been shot at, and all sorts of nasty shit. So if you don't mind sparing 5 minutes, or however long you can,
pathway.
Are we just trying to get rid of this?
Yeah, we're gonna move it to the side. Hold up, guys. I can make it easier for you. Let me cut.
Hey, can we cut this here?
Whoever's in my car.
go. Oh, sorry. people actually fucking fighting for what's right. Not a bunch of pieces of shit sitting around with armor. Not a bunch of pieces of shit fighting for genocide. We're fucking killers.
We're fighting for dead children.
We're fucking killers.
We're fighting for dead children.
Show me one person behind me with armor. Show me one person wearing a helmet. I ain't got shit on. I'm moving around, and as you've seen a freaking person in here, they're not scared of you. They don't fucking fear you. You think they are, but they don't. They only do what's wrong, and they fight for what's right. That's right.
Your phone?
But what?
I thought your phone was ringing.
Always.
I missed a couple of calls from them myself.
Yeah, I just stopped answering. Joel, do you show that maybe?
Right now?
Yeah.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. You can just immediately tell.
You're so right. Yeah, you watch your local
Ugly. All
the
right.
last of the protesters that were complaining to reject this encampment, but they were reading their face while they're coming out backed up by the stairs, and there's
If I was a mother of any one of them,
400 of them
ooh,
that
child,
have
let me know.
backed up down the Planned
Parenthood.
that this barrier that they've created. What they tried to do is pull any little pieces that they could from the second barrier that they had
Literally.
created to try to
Waste of life. Just a waste of life.
no one could come in on the side.
And stupidity and ignorance and having no brain, being a zombie. Literally a slave to the government. You're not even your own person. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Y'all don't have autonomy? Y'all don't have freedom?
They don't got brains to think for themselves. Come on now.
They got somebody telling them what
All the time. We're all failures in life. I really hope you know that.
And right in the middle of this encampment where my sister is showing you right now, someone is running back and it's going to lift the arms as they form a little human chain. And I heard one of them yell, "Hold on, don't do it." So they were telling each other not to be violent, not to run away, just stay there and protect what's left of the encampment. And then another came forward on a megaphone and he started talking to the officers, saying some mean things, but he was saying that his people are dying in Palestine and they think this is nothing. So they're not worried about what the officers are going to do to them. And that's kind of the scary part because you don't know if these students really at UCLA or some art students here, what they're willing to sacrifice if they are willing to be detained. And we don't want to see any violence here, but we have heard that at least two have been injured. We've seen one person moving, one person crying, hand was hurt. And right now, this, as I mentioned, this is backed up all the way to the stairs at the very back of this large encampment. Now, no longer existing. So it's interesting to see what they would do if law enforcement marched forward. Would they just run down the stairs and disperse? Because then you're in a massive quad, and would law enforcement be okay with that? Would that mean that this encampment would close and protest in daylight, or would they say this is still unlawful gathering? Still
What's the video?
as of right now.
Moved in there? They moved in there?
Because I went in there to use the restroom and I had this dumbass professor. He was like, "Yeah, I'm a professor in the performing arts and I'm helping them." I'm like, "Bro, come on."
Any questions back in the studio?
Whoa, that's the funniest thing. I was fucking speeding at 150 on the 110 and they over here. Stupid. They can't save any.
I would say a couple hundred. At first, right here, maybe 100 were left in the encampment. And then the stairs, as I mentioned earlier, they put barriers.
Girl, but let me protest genocide.
also recorded and shit like that, but I mean, I'm trying to avoid it as much as I can. We just stuff on the lot.
Well, we've got some, I think announcements. I don't know.
Hello. Oh my gosh, is that weird? I didn't even realize. Oh my gosh. I'm horrified. So that I can see.
We're thorny bushes otherwise.
Oh, it looks like I'm just like chilling.
Casual.
Oh my gosh.
Casual life.
Your mama should have aborted you!
I'm like more like the bushes. Okay, bye.
dozen to 100 on the stairs that are holding out. So what I want to show you right now is the law enforcement that has come to the back. If you can't see from the live, they were previously on the side, and now they've just created a line to the back of the encampment. I'll show you where we were. I was up on this a bush, so our security guard is going to walk us back out of the bush here, listening on my phone because AirPods aren't charged anymore, but
Bro, fuck y'all! Yeah? Does she want to come down there?
Excuse me, Joe.
Does she want to go? Does she want me to come down?
She wanted to see if she can go in there, right here in the middle.
And you advise her no.
No.
Negative.
None of you can make it in the fucking military. That's why you're out here beating on fucking kids, you pussies. You want to get in, you can get out on 35 more. They didn't want to wait to go home and keep their wives, so they figured they'd beat on some kids. 40% of all cops, look it up. Go home, beat your wife!